Hello, 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 hello. So currently, I think at I'm streaming at 1080p, hopefully, and I think the background noise reduction is working. Maybe it's working, maybe it's not. I don't really know. I will have to check it. Give me a second. Mm, YouTube.com/. Wait a minute. Let me check on YouTube. YouTube.com slash Furkan. Oh, sorry. I misspelled. There will be another at the rate. Alright, so the live is going on. Let me test the live actually. The fuck is wrong with the sound, man? Something's wrong. Like, I can hear a specific sound of noise in my voice. Wait a minute, let me try something else. Nah, it was better with noise reduction. I will turn it on again as per the mic volume instead of like setting it. So I've tried to reduce the noise, that irritating noise. Yep, I can't hear that noise anymore. Brother, the 10-second, what do you call it? The 10-second gap between the stream is messing me up. I put in the charger back, and if it creates a noise, I might just remove it, to be honest. Yeah, I think I might have heard a noise. Wait a minute, let me just move the charger a bit to test. I've moved the charger like 10 seconds ago, and I'm hoping that it uh, it won't now be affecting the audio. I fucking removed the charger, bro. All right, everything's good. Wait a minute, let me open the docs. Wait a minute, why are there two people? Uh, 30% should be the correct I guess for now. Let me mute the site so I can test it. Nope. 30% is still a lot. It's now at like 20%. %20 still sounds a lot, so maybe let's try shifting to around 16%. Nah, now it's on 11% actually. So I think 11% is fine. Unmute the site. एक मिनट, रस्ट का चैप्टर 1 था, हेलो कार्गो पे ख़त्म हुआ था। ऑलराइट, तो रस्ट अब से इंस्टॉलेशन हुई थी एंड देन वी अपडेटेड द रस्ट। उसके बाद लोकल डॉक्यूमेंटेशन, ऑलराइट यही वाली डॉक्यूमेंटेशन अब बन रही है। हेलो वर्ल्ड का प्रोग्राम हमने बनाया था रस्ट सी का यूज़ करके डायरेक्टली, फिर रस्ट कार्गो का, रस्ट का नहीं, देन वी यूज्ड कार्गो। रस्ट जो डायरेक्टरी सिस्टम यूज़ करता है वो ग्रेडल की तरह का करता है, मतलब जो मेन फाइल्स होती हैं वो सोर्स के अंदर होती हैं और मल्टीपल टाइप्स की बिल्ड होती है, रिलीज बिल्ड और डीबग बिल्ड, आई थिंक प्रीव्यू बिल्ड भी एक थी। सो अब आ जाते हैं प्रोग्रामर गेसिंग गेम। दिस इज़ अ लॉन्ग एज चैप्टर दैट वी आर गोइंग टू फॉलो। Let's jump into Rust by working through a hands-on project together. This chapter introduces you to a few common Rust concepts by showing you how to use them in a real program. You'll learn about let, match methods associated with function, external creates, and more in the following chapters. Alright, so it's directly jumping into it. If I remember it correctly, it mentioned that if I had no knowledge of it, I should like jump to chapter 3 and then come back to chapter 2, because it uses stuff that's mentioned in chapter 3, like the common programming concepts, which I generally know, but it's still better to go through them first. Alright, we'll go to the common programming concept first. This chapter then covered the programming, chapter 2 later on. Common programming concepts. This chapter covers concepts that appears in almost every programming language and how they work in Rust. Many programming languages have much in common at their core. None of the concepts present in this chapter are unique to Rust, well, obviously, but we'll discuss them in the context of Rust and explain the conventions around using this concept. Specifically, we'll learn about variable, basic type, function, comments, and control flow. These foundations will be in every Rust program, and learning them early will give you a strong core foundation. Set of keywords. There are much as in other languages, given that you cannot use these words as names of variable function, just like in any other language, obviously. Special meaning, and you'll be using them to do various starting your program. A few have no current functionality associated with them, but have been reserved for functionality that might be added to the Rust in future. You can find out the. Alright, should we look at the appendix first? Let asyncs, obviously await, break, cons, continue, create, din, as, use, else if let. Oh, right. So there's a let word. If else, and there's let for the control structure. There's enum, there's extern, there's for, there's fn for the function. For loop, if, implement, in. All right. This is a list. Oh, macro. Interesting. Well, let's go to the. Oh shit! I forgot what this meant actually. What the Ferris meant. I'll have to say in like the introduction part. Yep. The question mark Ferris means that the code doesn't compile, and the I don't know Ferris means it's fucking panicking, while this one means the code does not produce the desired behavior. Alright, does not compile, code panics, doesn't produce desired behavior. Alright. So this one doesn't actually compile. Wait a minute. What? I'll have to read to know why does this doesn't compile, to be honest. As mentioned in storing values and variables section. When did it mention? Alright, I didn't really like go through this, so I don't really know about that part. Variables are immutable. This is one of many nudges Rust gives. So the variables are immutable. This is one of many nudges Rust gives you to write your code in a way that takes advantage of the safety and easy concurrency that Rust offers. Alright, so it's like using let in JavaScript. You can't really change them. Oh, sorry, I meant constant. The word constant, but what you mean you can't change the variables? I mean, all right, if the Rust doesn't allow it, then I can understand it. But okay, so you do have the option to make it mutable. They are not mutable by default. Let's explore how and why Rust encourages you to favor immutability and why sometimes you might want to opt out. So I can understand why by default it's immutable. It's cause so every dumb fuck like me can't just randomly change it and mess up something that they shouldn't have. I understand. When a variable is immutable, once a value is bound to a name, you can't change that value. That is called immutable, by the way. To illustrate this, generate a new project called variables in your project directly by using cargo new variables. All right, so I think yep, cd learn Rust projects, and in there we'll create mk cargo, sorry, not mkdir but cargo new. Let's call it variables. Alright, cd variables. Then in your new variable directory, open source main rs and replace this code with the following code, which won't compile just yet. Let's open z here, z dot. Oh no. Brother, come on. Alright, it has the stuff we want it to. Function main, or let's copy. It won't compile, we know. We can like put it here and read what the code does. Alright, there's a function called main. In the main, there's x which is equal to 5, and then we are printing the value of x. Then we are saying, hey, change the value of x to 6. And we just read above that by default the variable is immutable. So we will have to change, essentially, we have to change it. Alright, Rust Analyzer is running and it says cannot mutate immutable variable x. Interesting. So Rust Analyzer does work with Z, and probably the reason for that is that Z is based on Rust. Wait a minute, let me, if someone's watching, Z, what do you call it? Text editor. Z is based on Rust, if I'm not wrong. Where does it mention it? Now we can look at the repository. It's based in Rust. We can clearly see the source code is in Rust. So how do we change it? How do we change the variable into a mutable state? We will have to see that. Save and run the program using cargo run. You should receive an error message regarding an immutability error. I don't really have to use cargo run. The main reason for that is Rust Analyzer is already telling me that it's immutable, but we'll still gonna do that. What was it? Cargo run, not Zargo, cargo. Cargo run. And yep, I think I forgot to share my screen. Dummy me. What did we have to run? Cargo run. Alright. On cargo run, it compiled it and then gave an error that cannot assign twice to an immutable variable. Alright, it by default adds mutable. Oh, so we can make it mutable by using the word mut or mut, or short for mutable to make it mutable. Interesting. This example shows the compiler every find a program can be frustrating but really they only mean your program isn't safe. If you're doing what you want it to do yet, they don't mean that you're not a good programmer. Experience and still get compiler errors. You received the error message cannot assign to as immutable variable x because you tried to assign it to a variable. Function value will now be the value. It's possible that the first part of the code won't do what it was designed to because of this kind of value. The cause of this kind of bug can be difficult to track down after the fact, especially when the second piece of code changes the value only sometime. Okay. Just compiler guarantees that when you state a value won't change, it really won't change. You don't have to keep track of it yourself. Your code is thus easier to run. But mutability can be useful. You can make your code more convenient, right? Although variables are immutable by default, you can make them mutable by adding mut in front of variable name as it in chapter, which we skipped obviously because I think we will have to go through the programming concepts and go back to chapter 2 because I think I read about somewhere that if you don't have the programming concept, you should first build them and then go towards that. For example, let's change to okay. So now there's a keyword comment in it, and then we can run z में यहाँ पे mut है, हमने बोल दिया कि वो mutable है. Yep. And now it can be changed. So wouldn't it be a better choice just to use the word const like this word? Okay, so it's not. Let's try if the const is a word. Yes, constant is a word. Let now it should compile. Yep, it is working fine. Alright, now constant. Like immutable variables, constant are values that are bound to a name and are not allowed to change, but there are a few differences between constant and variables. अब यही चीज मेरे को देखनी थी. First, you aren't allowed to use mut with constants. Constants aren't just immutable by default, they are always immutable. You declare constant using const keyword so let keyword and the type of the value must be annotated. Notation will cover types and types of annotation in next section of data types. Right now, just know that you must always annotate the type. Constants can be declared in any scope, including the global scope, which makes them useful. Alright, the large different constant may be set only to a constant expression, not a result of a value. That could only be computed at runtime. Alright, so the constant needs to be an expression rather than a value that is computed at runtime. As an example of constant declaration, constant 3 hours in seconds, and its values are to alright, it's just the constant being constant. Alright, so the naming convention is as normal. The compilation is to evaluate the limited set of operations compiled to metadata to choose to write out this value in a way that's easier to understand and verify rather than setting the constant value. Limited set of operation at compile time. Write out this value in a way that's easier to understand and verify rather than setting this constant value. See the rest. Now we'll read it later on. So constant are valid tired and within the scope which they were declared. This property makes constant useful for values in your application domain that multiple parts of the program might meet about, such as maximum number of points any player or a game is allowed to earn. Wait a second, let me change the audio. Yep, it is automatic. Naming hard-coded values throughout the program was useful, conveying the meaning of the value to future maintainers of the code. It also helps to have only one place in your code you would need to change the hard-coded value. Shadowing, what the fuck? As you saw in guessing empty in chapter 2, you declared a new variable with the same name as a previous variable. Rustaceans say the first variable is shadowed by the second, which means that the second variable is what the compiler will say. Okay. When you use the name of the variable, in effect, the second variable overshadows the first, taking any uses of the variable name to itself until either it itself is shadowed or other scope ends. We can shadow a variable by using the same variable name and repeating the use of let keyword as follows. But would it even compile like? It okay, but x plus 1 should work, you mean? Huh? But this one won't give any error. Okay, so we are redefining it. Sorry, we can do this. Let and okay, so we can do this. It's interesting. Why did we have to like define another scope? The value of x in the inner scope is 12. The value of x is 6. Alright, this says it's supposed to be 6 and it's 12. Alright. So if you're defining it in another scope, then it will work. That is interesting. If we can define, let's just call it x plus 1. Let's try to run now. Okay, I see how it's working. So we're defining its limitation that this x can only be accessed from within this scope. What this one can be accessed from inside of there. The program first binds x. Okay, I can. Did I just refresh the page? Yeah. Alright, so this variable x is shadowing this x. Interesting. And this x is shadowing this one, while this one is shadowing this one. But as its scope ends around here, it can't be accessed outside of the scope, so it's going towards this one. You can change the type of the value but reuse the same name. For example, say a program asks a user to show how many spaces they want. Input a number. Variable is a number type. Shadowing thus spares us from having to come up with different names such as space, string, place name. Okay, so we can reuse the name. Interesting, we can do that. As a number of space from having to come. Okay, instead we can use the simpler spaces name. However, if you try to use mute for this as shown, you'll get a compile time error. Or the error says we are not allowed to mutate a variable type. So we can't convert a string to a digit, while a digit, so we can't change data types of the variables with mute. Right, we will have to like use this same data type for this one too, like a string, but as it's not a string, it's giving an error. Interesting. Now let's go to data types. Every value in a rest is of a certain data type, which tells rest what kind of data is being specified to it. So it knows how to work with the data. We look into data types such as scalar, compound. Keep in mind errors is statically typed language, which means it must know the types of all the variables at compile time. The compiler can usually infer what type we want to use based on the value and how we use it. In case when many types are possible, such as when we converted a string to a numeric type using parse. We must add a type annotation like this. Let guess u32 is equal to 42 dot parse expects not a number. Alright. What this thing means. Oh, this is an annotation. Rest will display the following error, which means the compiler needs more information. Which type we want to use? What is U32? Okay, so it's unsigned 32. All right. I was like, what is U32? So it's like the unsigned. Guess is an unsigned 32, and it's given a string value. No, and we are parsing it. Expect if 42 isn't given, then not a number. You will see different types of annotation for the data type. Scalar. A scalar type represents single value, must has four primary scalar types: integers, floating point, numbers, and boolean and characters. You may recognize this from other programming languages. Let's jump onto how they work. An integer is a number without a fractional component. We use one integer type in chapter 2, which I skipped. The unsigned 32 type, the U32 type. This type declaration indicates that the value it's associated with should be an unsigned integer. Signed integer starts with I instead of U. That takes up 32 bits of space. Table 3.1, this one, shows the built-in integer type in Rust. We can use many of this variant to declare type of integer value. So we can tell the compiler which one we want. Alright, this is interesting, because if I remember it correctly, we can't really tell the compiler, at least through what I learned in basics. We couldn't tell what if you wanted inside one or inside one, or maybe I forgot because I haven't used it. 8-bit is I8 or signed I8, unsigned U8. 16 is I16, U16. 32-bit is I32, U32. Same for 64, 128. And what is arc? Signed is size, U size, I size, U size. Does arc mean it depends or what? Each variant can be either signed or unsigned and has an explicit side. Signed and unsigned refer to whether it's possible for a number to be negative. In other words, the number needs to have a sign with it. Signed, or whether it will only be positive, can therefore be represented without whether it will only be a positive can be represented without a sign. Unsigned. It's like writing numbers on paper. When sign matters, a number is shown with a plus sign or a minus sign. However, when it's safe to assume that the number is positive, it's shown with no sign. Unsigned numbers are stored. Okay, signed numbers are stored in two complement representation. We have to see what two complements even mean. Oh, where is the dog? Two complements are the most common method of representing sign: positive, negative, and zero. More generally, fixed point binary values. What is fixed point binary value now? To complement the binary range with the greatest value to indicate whether binary number is positive or negative. When the most significant bit is 1, the number is signed as negative. Wait, what? Fractional, okay, so non-integer numbers. By storing a fixed number of digits of their fractional part. Dollar amount for example often stored with the only two fractional digits representing interesting. How did this work again? To complement the binary digit with the greatest value as the sign to indicate to complement the binary digit with the greatest value. In computing, bit numbering is a convention you can have a binary number. All that is sign to indicate whether the binary number is positive or negative. When the most significant bit is 1, the number is signed as negative. And when the most significant is 0, the number is signed as positive. As a result, non-negative numbers are represented as themselves. 6 is 0, 110, 0 is 4 zeros, and minus 6 is 1010. Approximate 6 plus 1. Note that while the number of binary bits is fixed throughout the computation, otherwise arbitrarily, it's getting on my nerves. It's getting on my nerves. I don't know if you can even hear me clearly right now, but we are gonna think you can. I mean, nobody's watching me, but brother, come on. What is this shit? I think I'm actually streaming at 1080p right now. View on YouTube. I'll open it up on YouTube. Let's see. Continue to YouTube, man. Let me mute the browser so it doesn't play in my ears again. Wait a minute, I'll be back. So it definitely is streaming in 1080p, but I think the bitrate is so shit, or Maybe for whatever reason, the screen share is way worse than I thought. Like, it's too bad. The screen share is too fucking bad, man. Even though no one is watching, I'm still complaining. I mean, the screen share, like this part, I'm talking about this, my own screen that's being shared, it's too fucking shit. It needs improvement. Uh, it needs improvement, man. It fucking really needs improvement. Uh, I'm just repeating myself here. No one's watching. This is probably a Twitch bot watching right now. To make sure that I don't say some stuff that you know what I mean. Let me fix this stand a bit. Why the fuck is it falling, man? It should be good right now. So where was I? I think I was at this part. You know what? Let's open ch3 and ask it about it. Because my brain got fucked up so much that I don't really know. Two compliments like a two compliment. Explain to compliment to a child of I don't know. I can't understand it. Let's see what it gives us. Come on, the fuck happened? Dummy, it wasn't even that big of a prompt that it had to do that shit. Let me refresh. Maybe imagine you have a set of blocks and you can use this block to show different numbers or positive numbers. It's easy. Just line up the blocks. But what if you want to show negative numbers too? That's where two complements come in. You want to एक minute. Let's go from here. Imagine you have a set of blocks and you can use this block to show different numbers for positive numbers. It's easy, just line up the blocks. But what if you want to show negative numbers too? That's where two complement methods comes in. These are just like counting blocks. For example, 5 blocks are shown, 5, easy peasy. Negative numbers. This is where it gets a bit more interesting. Instead of adding negative signs, we that equal to complements. Imagine you have 4 blocks. To show a positive number like 3, you would just put 3 blocks in a row. Alright, this is 3. To show one negative -1 or -1 using our trick, start with the positive version of -1. Alright. Then flip all the blocks. If the block was there, now it's not. What do you mean there is something? Oh. Adding an extra block to complete the flip, like putting a finishing touch. Wait a minute. I couldn't understand the one block part, so let's ask. I couldn't understand the one block flipping part. Do it with like 3 blocks. Show a +2 using. Nah, I meant like showing a +3 and -3. The +3 in binary block is 0, 1, 1. Now flipping it would give you 100. Okay, so we flip it off. 0 becomes 1 and 1 becomes 0. So that what means flipping. And then you add 1. So it's 0, 0, 1 now. Oh, so it went from 0, 1, 1 to 0, 0, 1. I see what this is now. Each sign variant can store up to from -2n to the power 1 to +2n to the power 1 and -1 and whole -1 inclusive, where n is the number of bits that variant is. So I8 can store, which equal to -128 to 127, which is the conventional 8-bit, I guess. U8 can store from 28 -1, which will be the positive ones. It won't delve into negative, which equals to 0 to 20 to 55. Alright, all the positive main. Additionally is size and I size and U size depends on architecture of the computer your program is running on. Oh, so that was arc. I understand now. Which is denoted in the table as arc. 64-bit if you are in architecture and 32-bit if you are running 32-bit architecture. You can write integer in literals in any of the forms shown in table 3.2. Note that number literals that can be multiple numeric types allow a type suffix such as 57 U8. To designate the type number, literals can also use underscore as visual separators to make the number easier to read, such as 1_000, which will have the same value as if you had specified 1000. What does 57 meant? 57 suffix, what does it mean? I'll have to ask GPT bro. Alright, decimal. This is decimal suffix. This is hexa. This is octal. This is binary. This is byte U8 on. Explain this like the 58 suffix part. Okay, so 57 is. So 57 doesn't mean anything. But rather just gives the hint of being a positive number. So 57 underscore I8 or 2304 underscore I it means the same. Huh? What the fuck you mean, man? What the fuck you mean? Okay, so it should be in the range. I understand, man. I understand. I don't know why I'm getting too technical about this, even though it would be better not getting technical about this stuff, but well, no one's watching me, so I think that's a good start. Brother, we have a lot to cover. We haven't even like got to the programming or guessing game part. I think I'll do it tomorrow, cause bro, no way I'm covering more than this today, bro. No way. Oof. And only three of them, by the way, 2, 12, and 20, I guess, are the, what do you call it? I forgot. The actual practical, while the rest of it is just theory based. So that's like home, me going home. No one's watching, so I'll, if anyone does ever watch it, I'll let you in on a secret. I've never actually read a complete manual before. Let's just say I've never read a complete docs of something before, so this will actually be my first time reading a complete doc. Now I have like gone back to reading docs. For example, if I'm working on something and I'm like, oh, how should I do this? How should I do that? The first thing I go where is searching docs. I don't actually read the full docs, but just the part that I need or wherever it leads me to for searching at specific things. I've never actually read complete docs, which I will be doing live. And interestingly, it's Rust. It's going to be boring. Believe me, a boring ride. Fucking hell, it's going to be a boring ride. Can't I like just do something else while doing that? Ah man, I just wanna play a game and just be done with it, but it's already an hour. And I haven't even completed this chapter, man. And this is just like the programming concepts which I already know of, but I don't really know it in too much detail. For example, like I didn't knew how the signed and unsigned the two complementary thing works. I knew there were signed and unsigned, but I didn't knew like how it works. So if I'm going in that much detail reading the docs, it will take me ages, brother. And there's more numeric expression, brother. I'm not even. I think I might not even be able to like cover up chapter 3 today. Okay, I will try to. I will try my best, so I would like take breaks in between. Like I'll watch something on. No man, I can't watch something on YouTube or anywhere. That would be like reacting to something, but I can't do that shit. Reacting isn't like my sort of thing, so I don't know what I'll do. What I'll do in the break. So where was I? Unsigned and signed integers. And now we are on. So as 98. Wait a minute. It doesn't like. Huh? It doesn't even say I8 or I7. It's just giving it like a triple two, but it's unsigned, I think, or signed. Triple two, but it's unsigned. So this is triple to but unsigned. No, I meant in here triple to is positive 2 can be taken as positive, no sign or unsigned because of 98. Brother, you are understanding the wrong concepts. Okay, so it doesn't really change the value. Okay, so that's how it. What about Python is it different there? I mean, I have a Python script. Okay, so we can do that in larger numbers. So I'm the dumb one who didn't actually knew that. That's interesting. I should have read the docs, by the way, but I never believed I will. This is hexa, obviously. This is octal. This is binary. And this is byte, which only works with U8 or unsigned integers. Now we are at integer overs. So how do you know which type of integer to use? If you are unsure, Rust defaults are generally good places to start. Integer type defaults to I32, the primary situation in which you'd use I size or U size is when indexing some sort of collection. Okay, I32 isn't a bad choice. It's not like too big of a space and neither too less of a space. It's in the midpoint, which is good starting point. The parameter is where you'd use I size or U size is when indexing some sort of collection. I see what it means. If you have a 32-bit processor, you wouldn't want a program to store data in a way a 64 system would. So that makes sense. That definitely makes sense now. Ooga booga. Let's say you have a variable of U8, you can uphold with. What how long is this shit? I will be cooked. I will be cooked, brother. This is way too long. I think I'll only cover till data types today. I'll go to function. I'll go to functions tomorrow. Wait a minute, let's see how big the function are. God, I'm cooked. I'm cooked. At the pace I'm doing, I'm cooked. Comments are small. I'll do data types today, and then I think we are done. And tomorrow I'll do these two, or maybe these, but I don't know. Maybe right now I can do these functions too. I can do this too. I don't really know what I'll do. Maybe I'll cover up this, or no, maybe. I don't know. Let's say you have a variable of type U8 that can hold values between 0 and 20 to 55. If you try to change the variable to a value outside of the range, such as 256, integer overflow will occur, which can result in one of two behaviors. When you are compiling in debug mode, Rust includes checks for integer overflow that cause your program to panic at runtime. If this behavior occurs, Rust uses the term panicking when a program exists with an error. We'll discuss panic in more depth in the unrecoverable error with panic section in chapter 9. Alright, I do know a bit about panics. That panics are fine if you are like developing a user level app, but if you are developing a kernel, panic is something where you wouldn't want it to happen, and in generally you don't want panics to happen. But that's specifically the case in kernel. You can't just have a panic happen at a kernel level, or your system's like gonna break or something. You might have to reboot it, might fix or may not, who knows. But at the user level software, you generally don't want panic, but if happens, you can restart the application or report an error if it's like critical or something, and they might help you with it. When you're compiling in release mode with the release flag, Rust does not include checks for integer overflows that cause panics. What the hell? So in release, if you use a release flag, Rust does not include checks for integer overflow. I mean, it's probably because it would make your app less optimized in a way if you think about it. So maybe instead, if overflow occurs, Rust perform two's complement wrapping. What is two complement wrapping? In short, values greater than the maximum value. What the fuck did I say? In short, values greater than the maximum value the type can hold wrap around to minimum of the values the type can hold. In the case of U8, the value 256 becomes 0. The value 257 becomes 1, and so on. The program won't panic, but the variable will have a value that probably isn't expecting to have. Relying on integer overflow wrapping behavior is considered an error. I remember this part, not obviously from Rust, but I remember it from somewhere that wrapping is pretty common at kernel level. I don't know, I've heard, I haven't actually checked, that after 256 it wraps around and goes back to 0. Oh, after 255. Interesting. This is pretty interesting. The program won't panic, but the variable will have a value that probably isn't what you consider, and that is an error. I remember a meme on it too, brother. To explicitly handle the possibility of overflow, you can use these families of method provided by standard library for primitive numeric types. Or remember, you could like do some duping and shit in some games because of this, because some like developers forgot to like have proper checks and or use the proper, what do you call it, proper integers, and it overflowed, and you could like dupe the items or something. To explicitly handle the possibility of overflow, you can use these families of method provided by standard library for primitive numeric types. Wrap in all modes with wrapping and underscore static methods such as wrapping add. Wrap in all modes. Wrap in all modes with the wrapping underscore static methods such as wrapping add underscore add, return to none value if there is overflow with the checked underscore all methods. Alright, so we can use wrap in all modes using wrapping underscore whatever we want, like add There may be a subtract or something, I don't know. Return the none value if there is an overflow with the checked method. Return the value and boolean indicating whether there was overflow with the overflowing method. Alright, so we can see if there was an overflow using the overflowing methods. Saturate at the values minimum and maximum value with the saturating methods. Floating points. I think I should do floating and then go to a pee break, I guess. Well, no one's watching, so I may as well go to a pee break. Floating point types. Rust also has two primitive types for floating point numbers, which are numbers with decimal point. Rust floating point types are F32 and F64, which are 32-bit and 64-bit in size, respectively. The default type is F64. Because of the modern CPUs, it's roughly the same speed as F32, but is capable of more precision. All floating points are good. Types are signed. Alright, sorry, I forgot. Here's an example that shows the floating point numbers in action. It is F64, and if you have to explicitly mention if it's F60, F32. Floating point number are represented according to IEEE 754 standard. Alright. The F32 type is a single precision float and F64 has double precision. Okay, I see. Single precision means it's like 2.0 or 2.1, while in like 3 or in double it would be 2.11, 2.01, 2.42, stuff like that. But I'm cooked. I don't know. This theory stuff is gonna bring me. So before I start numeric operations, I have to start here. Let me go to a pee break. Stop sharing this coin. Add a banner. Wait a minute. Toilet break, I guess. I don't know what to call it, man. Toilet break is like enough. Let's just say toilet break. I'll be muting myself, so good luck. So I am back. So 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 so. फोन फोन कहाँ गया? सा, hello. I have to test if like you can hear the background noise, and how I'm gonna do it is obviously open up on YouTube. No, no, no. Drop the quality to 720p, bro. Hello, 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 hello. Yep, a there's that sort of gain in the voice. I don't know how to get rid of it, man. I can remove the charger, but then my laptop's battery would fucking die. I have like tried to fix it. Hopefully it's gone now. I can still hear it in the background, but it should be Yeah, it's not that irritating, I guess, with the background music. Alright, I've tried to remove it again by like messing with the charger a bit. Hello. I think it's fine right now. But this 10-second gap between or 10-second delay between the stream is messing me up, man. So I think everything's fine, so we can continue. Let me share my screen. I meant. So I think my screen's here now. You should be. Let me like change the orientation of my mic a bit so it isn't like messing around with me. You should be able to clearly see the screen now, and this mirror on the wall thing. All right. Lol. I don't know how to get rid of it, man. Like I can't delete this shit. Like there's option to delete this comment, but there's no option to delete this one. I think it's fine as it doesn't really do much. So we have to start numeric operation. Let's suppose basic mathematical operation you expect allow. You'd expect for all number type addition, subtraction, multiplication, denominator, integer division truncates towards 0. To the nearest integer. The following course shows how you would use each numeric operation in a let statement. All right. So it rounds off the value, I guess, or no. Sorry, I meant whatever is near the 0 in the integer divisor will do that. For example, if you get like 8.3 or something, it will show you 8 if it's not a float, I guess. And if it's 8 point, let's say 9 or something, it would still show 8 because it goes towards 0. I think that's what this thing means. We can obviously ask GPT, our friend here. This part means that if it's integer and not a float value, then whatever is closer to 0 will be the value. Like 8.3 will become 8 and 0.9 will also become 8. I think. Yep, I was correct about it. That's because I fucking worked with it before, so it's not new for me. It's not really a new thing for me. I've already done some things. Let's see the operators it provides. So this is a macro. So it's used for macro expressions and also for bitwise logical operation. Overloadable node. Alright, so exclamation mark is not along with the macro stuff. Interesting, but I not equal to what the fuck? Partial equal to what you mean? This is like not equal to, if I remember it quickly. This doesn't mean partial equal to, this means not equal to. This expression is not equal to this one. This would return true. Doesn't mean partial equal to. Yeah, it even says non-equality comparison. Sorry, I missed that. But I don't understand what does this part means. This is like remainder. Rem. I don't know what overloadable it means. I'll figure it out later on. Brother, no one's just fucking watching the stream, so why the fuck am I even doing commentary stuff? I don't know. Personally speaking, I want to hear some music, but the problem is it's copyrighted, so I can't even like play it. Wait a minute, I may be able to play it. Let me check the resources being used right now. What the fuck, man? What's wrong with the resources? Yeah, I mean, this shit is like too big. I'll have to search and Google. Sorry, and Chrome. Then there's boolean type, which is false and true. Oh, so you have to do this thingy, tell which type is it. You have to use like colon to tell it, because wait a minute, let me show you how in C it is like let's just say we can just do var and then we declare the data type. For example, it's int. That's it. Same thing goes with JavaScript and Python. But here this thingy, I think let x int 5. You have to do this thingy. I know why this is an what the fuck you mean, man? What the fuck you mean? Okay, so there's no scope for it, so the problem is it needs to be in a scope. We will have to provide a scope for it. Specific reason. I could like do it like not the main bar. Foo, if you don't know foo, then whatever the fuck you're doing. Like stuff like this. Wait a minute. Do we have to like write the whole integer? Don't tell me we have to write integer. Brother, how the fuck do I tell it that it's an integer or like a char? Like there's a fucking char, so why there? Okay, so by default you don't have to explain it for that, but you have to explain it for f.6 like this, like the floating. Brother, come on. Okay, I was wrong. There's no f. Shouldn't f be like 32? Here you go now. There are yeah. F32 by 1, F32 by 2, 3, 4, 64, 132. 64 function. The version of the call operator takes a mutable receiver. Instances of function mute can be called repeatedly and may mutate state. FN mute or function mute implemented automatically by closures, which take mutable reference to capture variables as well as types that implement function. Example, save function pointers. Alright, which here you go. This should be enough. But if okay, it's like it's giving me the warning and the default warning that it's an unused variable. We can do like print now on foo is never used. Alright, now let's call foo in here and now let's like run it. Yay. Okay, there's a character type. Wait, so this can run no output. Why? Okay, this cat with heart emoji is actually not a single character but rather how do you call it? Its Unicode is like multiple characters. Wait, let me show you. Mm. It should be around here somewhere. This is the emoji. It's actually not a single fucking character, it's Unicode. If it can, and then why the fuck it didn't give anything? Yep, it does say that UTF encoded text within string is in later chapters, I guess chapter number 8. It actually wouldn't even work. Now let's try to like run it. Fucking hell, I turned off. Okay, we can always open it here. So this does work. What the fuck? Well, it probably didn't give any output because it's not printing, but this thing confused me. As opposed to string literal, which uses double quotes, 4 bytes. So it's because it's 4 bytes, it can actually take unique characters, unlike C or other languages maybe. Well, we will study about it like in chapter 8, so I'm fine with it. There's tuple 2 here. A tuple is a general way of grouping a number of values with a variety of types into one compound type. Tuples have a fixed length. Once declared, they cannot grow or shrink in size. I do remember tuple from Python. I do remember completing a task and getting my head banged. We created a tuple by writing a comma-separated list of values inside parentheses. Sorry, it is parentheses. I mispronounced it. Each position in the tuple has a type, and the types of the different values in the tuple don't have to be the same. We've added optional type annotations in this example. So the annotation is optional. The annotation is, by the way, this part TUP, and this what do you call it, column. This is optional, and this is optional too, I guess, because it is initially like telling them the type. It is I32, this one is F64, this one is U8, which is, I think, is optional according to them. The variable to bind the entire tuple, because tuple is considered a single compound element. To get the individual values of tuple, we can use pattern matching the structure a tuple value to destructure a tuple value like this. Alright, let tup is equal to, directly define it, and we say let xyz is equal to tup, like this is x, this is y, this is z, and why would it would give us in short 6.4, I guess. Wait a minute, let me copy it and do something interesting for once. Didn't do anything. Or copy. Then I can do this, and instead of main, I can say tuple. I can name function tuple, but isn't tuple a reserved word or a keyword, I guess? About it, what do you call it? Floating point. Let me float. Okay, so okay, let's Control X and create another function, and we'll call it integers. I didn't really mean to like go with that style, but I think we will have to like define y. We have to print by 2, and in here so now let's the cargo here. What did it say? Unused variable z. Help. If this is intentional with an underscore x. So because if it's not really used, it's asking to keep it. So because we haven't used it, it's asking us to use underscore with it. What would happen if I use the underscore with z? Let's just see. Let's just see what would happen. It didn't give any error with the x, but with the z, but it with the z. So what does the underscore z mean here? We can ask. Let me copy this. Control Shift C. Let's ask the GPT. What does underscore z mean here? Like, because I didn't use it, it asked me to put underscore with it, or the fuck. But that is the cargo output, bro. Now let's just see what it gives me. Instead, it's about Hello, we are back. Wait a minute, let me test it on YouTube first. I'm hoping you can't hear the background noises. Or maybe you can. Well, I think you can hear the background noises. Anyways, I will continue with the background noises. I can't stop them, so let's continue. So, where was I? Wait a minute, let me test one more thing in audio. Now, let's see if you can still hear me clearly. I'm hoping that you can hear me clearly right now. I think that's fine. I have to wait 10 seconds to like get what I said before, but it should be like fine. Okay, so where were we? All right, we had done this. Yes, I remembered this. I do remember this part. Okay, we were reading this. The underscore that needs one message that not. Yeah, variable that you declare but don't use. Rest will give you a warning. But like Rust notice that you declared X and Rest will giving you a warning. Rust says that if intended to not use a variable, it should replace with a name with an underscore. Alright. It's intentionally unused. Alright, I can now understand it. So it is what I initially said. This is pretty interesting, I mean. We were at the tuple part. Here it is. The program first creates a tuple binary to the variable tuple. It then creates a pattern that lets you. Okay, we have done that. We can also access a tuple element by using a dot period followed by the index of the value. For example, x को हमने कह दिया i32 है first one, this is i32 f64 u8 is this 500 be x, x is 0. Okay, we are using like it's, what do you call it, index. 0 index, 1 index, 2 index. I can try it. I'm sorry, copy that. Let's say it's not mine, it's tuple 2. Let's call tuple 2. No, we can do this again. Yep, this is intentionally not accessed. If I wanted to like tell somebody else, I could do this as I said before, which would help. For an unused variable, we can do this and say like, hey, this is intentionally unused. You don't have to worry about it. But I think we didn't print it, I guess. Let's like print 500 days and days. Let's do this now. X is unused. Let me clear it, bro. I'm getting confused with the error messages. Yep, it is 500. 500, 6.41. Interesting. I'm hoping I'm still live. Yep, I am live. All right. Now we are on array. We can skim through it very soon too. Alright, we're nearly at the end of data types, to be honest. Give me a second. So let's continue. We were at the array type. Another way to have a collection of multiple values within an array. Oh god, no. Unlike tuple, every element of an array must have the same type. I'm hoping there won't be a multi-dimensional array thing, because that thing boggles me up. I know it's like matrices and thing, it's pretty useful, but the problem is it's so fucking hard to use them. Alright, so they have a fixed length. We write the values in array as comma separate inside. This is an array. Alright. It's just like normal array. You write an array's type using square brackets with the type of each element, a semicolon, and then the number of elements in an array. Like so, like let a notation I32 no, what the fuck was it? Notation or annotation? I forgot the word. No, annotation. I was right. No mind. We've gone through the tuple. The array is going to be pretty similar to what normally an array is. The difference is there, the way to, like, if you want to specifically tell what this array should have, you have to do it a bit differently than others. Like the annotation of it, let a and then notation I32 semicolon 5. I32 here is I signed 32, and the 5 is like its length 0 1 2 3 4. The 5 indexes, it should have 5 indexes. It's basically telling that. It's similar to how you do it in Python and probably other languages like JavaScript and stuff. Yep. Array contains 5 elements. It tells them the index of total number of indexes. You can also initialize an array to contain the same value for each element by specifying the initial value followed by a semicolon and then the length of the array in a square bracket. You can also initialize an array to contain the same value for each element by specifying the initial value followed by a semicolon. Alright, if we do this, like this is the value and then semicolon, and then we tell it, hey, we want this 5, the length should be 5, which would repeat less like this, but in a more concise way. Interesting, that is useful in some ways. Accessing array element is obviously going through like indexing. An array single chunk of memory known as section can be allocated on the stack. You can access element arrays indexing. Yep, array is pretty much the same, I guess. Sorry, invalid array element access. Let's see what happens if you try to access an element of an array that is past the end of the array. Say you run this code similar to guessing to get an array index from user. So this meant that the code is in panic, right? Yes, this code panics. Okay, you can call the packages like this, packages or libraries, whatever you call. In C it's called library, and in Python you do call it library, but sometimes you call it like package too. It's interchangeable, I think. Wait, let me check packages, and let's check it here. Package and libraries. can be interchanged, right? Okay. What about in Python? Okay. So it's in Python it can be interchanged, but in Net it can't be. So in Python it can be interchanged for certain thing, but in Rust it can't be. I'm hoping that's what it means. I was correct about it, at least. This is a library, std.io. If you don't know, it was standard IO. I forgot about it, but in C, I always used to call it standard input output as you had to add stdio.h. But I forgot because I kept forgetting the full form. So I used to call it studio.h. The truth is that, but it is stdio. I guess Rust tries to be low level language like C while replicating some of the Python stuff along with like C sharps, X, JavaScript or JavaScript. I mean Java or JavaScript. Well, it tries to like mix their advantages and put them all in a single bundle, I guess, which is nice. Use stdio function main at is equal to 1 2 3 4 5 print ln print p is int and array index. Let mutable index string dash new. Now what does this mean, brother? We haven't learned this part yet, but we don't know what let mute is, but yep. This part, as it's not explained, I don't even know what this is. It should be explained somewhere in functions, maybe. Let's just have it. Explain the string new part in alright. We know that it creates a new empty string object. String is growable. Heap allocated string type in nest from string slices and str. I remember this one, which are fixed views in here. So string can grow on like ampersand str. Okay. New string object with no container. This means the string length with 0 has no allocated characters. After this index is mutable string nest of an empty string. You can call it new. Let mutable index string new append to text index push not push string hello. So we are pushing the string in here. I think that's what's going on, and pushing the string in world. Okay. dot. So we are calling the library directly, uh, like in Java. No, not in JavaScript. I was gonna say JavaScript. In C language, we use scanf. Let me like type it. In C, we use printf to print on screen and scanf to take input. While in, let's say, uh, what do you call it? Python. Let's talk about Python. In Python, we use print. Yep, print an input function to print and take input. We literally use input for input and print for print. While in C, it's printf and scanf. Sorry, let's remove this. I mean, it's a bit different than what I remember. You have to like mention stdio and then you are doing calling like from io you're calling std in, and then you're doing read line mute index, you're changing the index, and then the error is failed to read the line. This is probably the error, as it says expect. If for some weird reason it couldn't read the line, it would show this line. Let index, and what was this annotation, I hope I'm right, annotation u size, all right, equals to index. Yeah, means there's it depends on which architecture you are using, 32-bit or 64-bit. Dot trim dot parse dot expect. So parse is used to like convert a string to, what do you call it, to a digit, to an integer. Let element a index. The value of element index is element. Now this will throw a panic. This code compiles successfully. If you run this code using cargo run and enter 0 1 2 3 4, the program corresponding value of the enter, if you consider a number such as 10, you see an output like this. Okay, this is fun. We can like throw a panic in. So before like trying this, I would like to call in C, we call it like hash include std is the same thing here, right? And what's with the input less scanf in bro? Yep, this is what I was talking about before. This line imports IO module from Rust standard library. Okay, so IO module from Rust standard library, giving you access to input and output function like stdio, IO, std in. For reading input. What's the difference between these two? So you call the IO module on standard library using IO dash no dash IO and then use it using it by calling IO module and then using the function mentioning the library and then naming the naming all the functions like dot read and stuff in your line. Brother, I don't really know why it's so getting so fucking slow, man. I don't really know why it's like this slow. It shouldn't be, it isn't supposed to be. It's fucking taking too long. I might just refresh it to give it a new response. But let's just read it. Okay, we can. I think we can like directly put out here, but because we have like it on like multiple line, for it's better to write it this way for what do you call it, to beautify it, so you can like read it better. I understand. Number, and then we are calling it, hey, it's a number, you can trim it, then parse it, it was not a number, you enter the number. Okay. This will throw up panic. So we'll copy it and actually create. Not actually gonna create a new one. I'm not that stupid. We're just gonna paste it here. Would not be calling it main, instead we'll call it, let's just say, panic attack. And in main we'll call panic. And now if we add 2, gives up the value. Let's just say 22. Third mean panicked. Instead of out of bound, the length is 5. So it can just go back just like other programs or just like other languages. Instead it mentions that it's gone panic. And like in C, I remember there was a similar type of error where it obviously crashes. You can like but if it is you can like do a similar thing here. If it's greater than this, then sending back to there using loops and or so whatnot. Alright, we have covered data types. Yeah, now it's time for functions. No one's watching. Very interesting, cause no one fucking watching, man. Okay, so now we are supposed to like go through his functions. Okay, okay, this is gonna take ages, to be honest. Like I have free time, so I guess I can keep reading it until until I give up for today. Buff. The reason why I decided to like go through common programming concept first is because I knew there would be some differences. There are differences in languages that, like we saw, that it treats things differently, that it treats data types differently, a bit differently than others. It is same at the base, but it still treats them differently, or you have to use a completely different syntax, which if I didn't learn, I would be like stuck at that second chapter. So that's why we are first going through the third chapter, what I'm trying to say. I'm drinking tea literally. Functions are prevalent in Rust code. You've already seen one of the most important function in the language, the main function, which is the entry point of many programs. You've also seen the function keyword fn, which allows you to declare new functions. Rust code uses snake case. If you don't know what snake case is, it's basically lowercase letters, and yeah, it's just lowercase letter, and the convention is in them is to use underscores. It's what we used in C. We could like but In C Sharp and Java, you can actually use camel case. I think you can use camel case here too, if I'm not wrong, aside from main. Or can I? Wait a minute, let me check if changing this would do anything. Yep. What about integer? What if I call? Alright, it is supposed to be like a snake case, I guess. So it must be a snake case. There's no way to use like camel case or the other one. Wait a minute. Okay. So where are we? Another function. Obviously, we've already like does this part of function in here by calling different functions and calling inside it. It was because like I wanted to be like I wanted it to be in a single file but with different functions, so like main data doesn't get that cluttered, I guess, if you wanna say that, if that makes sense. Interestingly, if I press control, yep, it does take me there. That's good. We could have defined before as well. Rust doesn't care where you define your function, only that they are defined some in the scope that can be called. Okay, they should be able to be called by the caller. So it's pretty similar to how Python works. How Python or C Sharp stuff works. That's interesting. Now I'm gonna do something that you couldn't. For example, I'm gonna go on, let's say, YouTube. And it probably would ask me to sign up, which I obviously won't. What the hell? To be honest, I've never opened this part. And when say no string attached. I can like play these dumb ads. Let me share it. Copy. Now I would be doing something that I don't think I should be showing. Hey, I'm gonna use MPV. No video. Oh, come on, man. It doesn't work. I have to use YouTube. YTFZF. Bye, bye, bye. Okay. Okay. Never mind. Holy mm, I think I might have killed it. I forgot the name. What was it? I'm hoping this was the name. Hopefully. Um, you didn't say anything. I mean, there's nothing wrong, but wait. You know the easier way? Just go to YouTube because I just wanna hear something in background, man. Alright, here it is. So they have renamed it. I don't have like that much resources to share with them, so I'm gonna do something. And hope that it works. Until then, I think I can unmute this site. Let me like fix it. You shouldn't be now able to listen to what's running in background. I hope so. Okay, so you can't hear it. So we can now continue where we left. We were talking about functions. Yep, the parameters. Okay, we can define functions to have parameters, which are special variables that are part of a function signature. When a function has parameters, you can provide it with more concrete values for those parameters. Technically, the concrete values are called arguments, but in casual conversations, people tend to use the words parameters and argument interchangeably for either the variables in the function definition or concrete values passed in the value called function. Alright, well, they're not wrong. People do change it, but they're different. People do use them interchangeably, but in reality, both are different. Arguments is when you're passing parameter, it becomes an argument. Parameters, it's what a function accepts, and when you are giving it something, it is argument. Yeah, the concrete values are called arguments. That's what's called. But people do like interchange them because you know in this version of the function we added a parameter, alright, and then x is I32. This is a notation. It should be of signed signed integer of 32 bit. Signed 32 bit में 5 आता है. The value of x is, it would obviously result in 5 as it's there. I'm eating something. In function signature, you must declare each type, the type of each parameter. This is a deliberate decision in the design. Annotation, requiring type annotation in function defined, meaning the compiler almost never needs you to use them elsewhere in the code to figure out what type you mean. Let's read it again. This is a deliberate decision in its design, requiring type annotation in function definitions, means that the compiler almost never needs you to use them elsewhere in the code. The compiler almost never needs you to use them elsewhere in the code to figure out what type you mean. Alright, the compiler is also able to give more helpful error messages if it knows what type of function it expects. When defining multiple parameters, separate the parameter declaration with commas like this. This example creates function with two parameters. The first parameter's name value and is an signed 32-bit I32. The second is name unit underscore label and type char, the function containing the value of both the value and the unit label. Now when you are gonna run this, you're gonna get something similar, exactly the same thing aside from I guess where the project is. Because we call the function with 5 as the value for the value in n. Okay, so this is how you. It's pretty similar to C, to be honest, if you are being common. So you like put the comma and then another, like define the variable later on. Like here 0 1, and about here you add a comma and then give it the names for those indexes. Statement and expression. Function bodies are made up of series of statements obviously ending in an expression. So far the function we have covered haven't including the an ending expression, but you have seen an expression as part of a statement because Rust is expression based language. Wait a minute, I'm too much into the song, so I'm missing some of the concepts. Rust bodies are made up of a series of statements optionally ending in an expression. So far, the functions we've covered haven't included an ending expression, but you have seen an expression as part of a statement. For some reason, it's going over my head because of this song. Function bodies are made up of a series of statements. It's made up of a multiple statement, alright. Optionally ending in a statement. It may end up in a statement, optional. It's an optional thing. A function we have created, we have covered, haven't included an ending expression. Okay, but you have seen as part of a statement. Huh? What the fuck this means? Because Rust is an expression based language. This is an important distinction to understand. Other languages don't have the same distinctions. So let's look at what statement and expressions are now and how their differences affect the bodies of the function. Statements are instructions that perform some action and do not return a value. Expression evaluate to a resultant value. Let's look at some examples. We have actually used statement and expression getting variable assigning. Let keyword is a statement listing. Let yi is equal to 6 is a statement. Function define. Function defines are also statements. Functions definitions are also statements. The entire preceding example is a statement itself. Statements do not return values, therefore you cannot assign a let statement to another variable as the following code tries to do. You'll get an error. Okay, as this thing doesn't return another value, you can't assign it to x. It's as simple as that, but I think expressions do. And this is, I think, unexplained. But the x plus plus doesn't work in here or what? Should we try it? We can test the theory I'm trying to create. Let's call it expression. Can't we do x plus plus? Come on, man. You can't do x plus plus. That's a bummer, man. So you can, so it's optional to add semicolon at the end of expressions. I see. Now let's add expression. Okay. We can for now like do this and then column. Yeah, show the values y. You can't use, huh? So we can't add this. Interesting. So expressions can't have that, I guess. Is that what you are trying to say? Which is unlike most of the lines you've seen, do not include ending semicolon. If you add a semicolon, you turn. Okay, so expression does not have. So in Rust, expression doesn't have semicolons, and if you do add it, it will become a statement and no longer work because some thing will mess up. Okay. Function return values and expression. But we are around like 3 hours, and in 3 hours we have only covered like these things. I'm telling you that we are cooked, man. We are fucking cooked. I think I will be ending it after the function. Currently I have to be like here, wait a minute, let me mark it. We are about to end functions. Then there's comments. I don't know how detailed control flow is, but I might look at it tomorrow. Because comments are like, everyone knows like what's a comment and how it does. There's no multi-line comment, I guess. Well, there's no multi-line comment. Okay, that's another kind of comment. Instead of 2 slashes, place documentation comment just before the item they are documenting. Documentation comments use 3 slashes instead of 2 and support markdown notation for formatting the text. Place documentation comment just before item they are documenting. Oh, I can't even run it. Bye. Alright, so this is literally the last part of functions which return values. And I can see you use the keyword return for it. I forgot what was in Python, probably return 2, but without the semicolon. Let's see what. Oh, it uses the Java approach. I think this is possible in Python too. I haven't used it, so I can't really say, but I have seen this type of stuff in specifically, like, what do you call it, the Android language Kotlin. Yep, in Kotlin, Dart, Flutter, I've seen this shit. Functions can return values to the code that calls them. We don't name return values, but we must declare their types after an arrow. Sorry, where was I? Function can return values to the code that calls them. We don't name return values, but we must declare their type after an arrow. So there's no like return keyword. Interesting. Unless the return value of the function is synonymous with the value of the final expression in the block of the body of a function. You can return early from a function by using the return keyword and specifying a value, but most functions return the last expression presently. So we can use return in Rust. That just means we can use the return keyword to return the values, but we don't have to use return if it's at the end of the, what do you call it, if it's at the end of the function, I guess. For example, if we want to like return from somewhere in between, we can use the return keyword, else we don't have to. Function 5 की है data type i32. i32 मतलब signed integer 32 और उसमें है 5. उसके बाद main में हुआ है call let x is equal to 5, print and the value of x is x. So it should print 5. We use in this sort of arrow. We can test it in function. i32 is signed 32-bit. i64 is signed 64-bit. Then there's unsigned 32, unsigned 64, signed date, unsigned date, 128 and stuff. The 5 function has no parameters and definitions. The type of and define the type of the return value, but the body of the function is a lonely 5 with no semicolon because it's an expression whose value we want to return. Let's look at another example. So we can only return the expression. Interesting. Plus 1 is the function with I32, its parameters, and from here we're sending 5 where it will return 6. Let's see, it should return 6. Yep. Interesting. So the arrow is literally used, which is basically dash and greater than sign. So this defines what the data type of this will be. Interesting. This code does not compile. Let's see what's the error here. Plus 1 5, alright, then we are pointing the value of x is x. We are sending 5 here. Alright, we have used semicolon, and semicolon is the problem here. Remove the semicolon to return this value. The error message mismatch type. Alright, this one mismatch type reveals the core issue with this code. The definition of the function plus 1 says that it will return I32, but statement does not evaluate to a value which is expressed by parentheses or brackets, circle brackets in the unit time, therefore nothing is returned, which contradicts with the function definition and results in an error. In this output, Rust provides a message to possibly help rectify this issue. It suggests removing a semicolon, which would fix the error. Okay, there's something I would like to try with this. Let me Alright, let's call it function. Let's call cargo run now. The value of x is 6. So what I want to test here, what if I do this 6 return 6, and then I do x plus 1. What it's gonna do now, it's purposefully left like this. Wait a minute. Let's change it to like 88 or There's also one more thing. Should return an error. Now, alright, it isn't used. So with return, it must be an what do you call it? But what if I do return? It looks like it would still work. What now? Would it work now? We can do cargo run. It is working. Because now it's a statement, but like this is how it works in C. And this works too? No. It's automatically adding the stuff. Z does this, it automatically adds this stuff even when you don't want it to. So Z isn't gonna like let me. 1, 2, 3, 4, X ratio 1. 6 should be the answer. Alright, I've tested what I wanted. Dang. Let's check the other ones. This is what we've already gone through. Next is comments. We already know about comments. So alright, now we have control flow. I think I should leave it for like the next thing because it's big. It's probably gonna have like if else and flow statements and stuff. Yep, it has if. It's probably if else and for loop stuff, repeating loop stuff for 80. Yep, it has if expression. So how long have I been streaming for now? I've been streaming for the past 3 hours. For the past 3 hours I've been streaming and I don't think anyone really opened it, but we'll see. Let me like pause it for a second. All right, you can't really hear it. I guess it's working fine over there too. worrying about this. Don't worry. Even if you come here, it's not like you have any power to do anything. Like, here you go, what you're gonna do. Control flow, the ability to run some code depending on whether a condition is true, and to run some code repeatedly while a condition is true, are basic building blocks in most programming. It's basically for loop and while loop. Most common structure that lets you control the flow execution of Rust code are if, expression, and loops. Yep. So it's just if, expression, and loops. Loops is a bit complicated topic. It's easy, but it's a bit of where you have to like bang your heads a few times to understand it. I think this much is enough, brother. I will stream like tomorrow. We have to like, after going through control flow, we will go there and make this game, I guess. The guessing, programming a guessing game. Oh, we will be using rand, which is in Python too. I'm talking about library range. Alright, I can see how it's gonna go already, which is a big documentation. After going through loops, it will make more sense. It will still make more sense to me, but I'm more of the mind to go through the control flow first, as it will tell me if there's something different with the expression and loops in Rust. Because in C you have a different syntax for if else statement, if else if statement, and for the loops, while loop, for loop. The same goes with Python. Every language has their own twist on it. So it probably will have its own twist, which I see tomorrow. No way, brother, I can keep going. I've been streaming straight for 3 hours, or maybe I should just see it, and tomorrow I'll just make a game. Well, I have some time. I can like do it after a bit of a break, and then go for like another half an hour or hour on this thing. Alright, I think it will probably take more than an hour, but I'm happy to give it that. This is an important part of Rust. Well, I'll be back after the break, so let me remove it and stop the screen share now. Well, I'm gonna go on the break. You probably will hear the music, but I don't care. I'm gonna like increase the music to around 50. Oh, just doesn't even matter. Does it even matter? Like no, yes. Wait a minute. I think I missed. I'm sorry, it should be better now. Like the background music. I realized I had like fucked up, so really not like the most charming shit, but I think the music is a bit too much. So I'm gonna like change it to 12%, around 11%. It's 11% right now, and that should be completely fine. All right. If anyone's watching, I would like to offer my condolences over whatever the shit I've been streaming. Okay. Wait a minute. Before I continue, let me like share my screen. All right, the screen's here. So we are at control flow. Control flow. What I remember from the programming fundamentals, the control flow is just like a way to control how your code behaves using if else statement or for loop or using while loop or do while loop, that sort of thing. The ability to run some code depending on whether a condition is true and to run code repeatedly while the condition is true are basic building blocks in most programming languages. The most common construct that let you control the flow of execution of Rust code are if expressions and loops. If else if in C there's if as if statement, and in Python there's if elif statement. Why? I think it's so you can like better read it, but pretty much works the same way. If expressions. An if expression allows you to branch your code depending on conditions. You provide a condition and then state if this condition is met, run this block of code. If the condition is not met, do not run this block of code. Sheesh, project को नाम क्या दें? What should we name the project, man? Control flow should. Wait. Cargo new control flow. Control underscore flow. We'll now change our directory to control flow essentially, and then open Z here. Brother, I don't even fucking know how to unlock this. Look, I am gonna write my password in here, the one I use to like log in, or like the super user password, and this shit doesn't unlock it. I don't know. Cut off. And it's probably because I was like using GNOME, and then I shifted to XFCE. It didn't even like took me a day or two like to shift to XFCE because GNOME was so shit. I mean, it's good if we're talking about it, but I just didn't felt like I was using the system because like the transitions felt a bit exaggerated to me. Like, it's fine if you like them, but I don't like them. I like XFCE a lot more than GNOME. It's just my personal choice. GNOME is actually way better than some others desktop environments that are available for Linux. Like GNOME KDE are pretty good, but I prefer XFCE. The reason it's simplicity. Anyways, where was I? So we are here now, and if statements. Function main let number is equal to 3, let number be smaller. If number is smaller than 5, condition was true, else print false. This is a pretty common way, I guess, of using if. Like, there's nothing, this is just a normal expression. In this case, the condition check whether a number is less than 5, replace a block of code to execute it. Obviously it's in parentheses. If you're coming from Python, you will be like, huh, what the fuck is this? But if you're coming from like C or C sharp or Java or JavaScript, you'll be like, huh, this is fucking normal shit. So, okay. Cargo run. Condition was true, yeah. So cargo run was to compile it and also to like give you the output, while cargo build just builds the program, and you have to like, I think by default it builds the debug version. You have to like add a flag called release to make it a release version or preview version. There's I think a preview flag too, but maybe I'm just mismatching things, or am I? I thought someone was watching, so I was about to cringe, but never mind, no one's watching, so I can be as cringy as possible. Within limits. The cringe meter has its limits, you shouldn't cross that. Obviously. That was a joke if anyone ever find this. Optionally, alright, it's just adding else. It's also worth noting that the condition in this code must be a bool. If the condition isn't a bool, we'll get an error. Okay, obviously there should be a condition. The reason is this isn't a condition anymore. If number, then this. This isn't a fucking condition, man. This isn't a condition. That is what I'm trying to say. This isn't a fucking condition. You're supposed to give it a condition. I know that is what it's trying to tell, but anyways, the if condition evaluates a value of 3. This time there's throws an error. Expected bool found integer. The error indicates that Rust expects a bool but got an integer. Unlike languages such as Ruby and JavaScript, Rust will not automatically try to Unlike languages such as Ruby and JavaScript, Rust will not automatically try to convert non-boolean types to a boolean. You must be explicit and always provide if with a boolean and its condition if you want the if code block to run only when a number is not equal to 0. For example, we can change the function to the following. If number is not equal to 0, then this. Boom, down. Okay, I think I know what it's trying to achieve. In the boolean, if we are looking, 0 is like false while 1 is true, but that doesn't mean that if you give any other value like 2, 3, 4, that will be discarded. It actually is also read as true, but here it says no, you can't do that, man. It's literally trying to say you can't do that. I mean, you can, but in other languages, not here. It's basically the gist of it. I'm trying to like increase my vocabulary. I mean, I know a whole lot of stuff, but it's hard to remember when you're trying to convey something. You're always trying to instinctively go for words that everyone would understand, and then you would try to make a sentence that might even be complex in a way instead of making it easier because everyone knows those words, but not the but they won't be able to understand it. Even though they know the word, they won't understand it, and that's what I'm trying to get rid of through these streams. I'm trying to talk as much as possible so I can use as much as words as I can. I can instinctively use words that might be a bit hard, but people would at least understand the moment they hear them. Unlike words that, for example, may be easier, that are easier to interpret but are harder to explain. For example, you'll have to use a bunch of words to give the context to it, but then the person in question might not be able to understand it. There was a whole lot of junk, and the only reason I'm able to happily talk like this is because no one's gonna fucking watch it, and I know it. I know I've made my entire thing on the YouTube, entire catalog on the YouTube as unlisted aside from some. हाँ
आपका आईडी कार्ड
अंदर है.
हाँ मुझे वैसे बता दो.
So for some reason I had to like I'm not gonna edit anything out from this live, neither from any live. Like there's a lot of stuff you'll hear that you'll be like, oh, why is it there? No one's gonna watch it. Even if someone does, they won't care. Or you do care, huh? Do you? Do you care? No one does. So I vote you. Uh, buffoon. Monkey. I'm a monkey. Monkey. If you don't know what I'm talking about, let me show you my monkey. Monkey 10 hour. I forgot the lyrics. Yep, this one. There was like another monkey on this one with like another sound. I forgot the name. Sorry, my friend. That's copyrighted, man. That's copyrighted. Come on, man. Come on, YouTube. Are you sure you're gonna do this? I wanna see the extensions. Don't tell me that these fucking bastards. Come on, I will have to manually load the extensions. Anyways, this is what I was talking about. There was another monkey one. Obviously can't use this. Even though this is in YouTube Music Library, I probably shouldn't. Wait a minute, let me. You've heard enough of it. There was another one with the spinning monkey, but the music was something else. I don't think it was this one. I don't really wanna open up my history and show you, because you probably obviously know why. Look at this fella, man. It's so cute. I mean, if someone finds it. Was it this one? I like that. Nah, it wasn't this one. Yep, it was this one. But it was explicitly named The Life Could Be a Dream, 10 Hours Monkey, I remember. Life could be a dream. Yep, I think it was this one actually. This is what I was talking about before. I had to show you the this is what I was talking about. Now obviously you are already probably hearing a music, so mixing two of them should be fine, but I still wouldn't prefer. But this is what I was talking about. Look at that fella, he's so happy. I wish I was there. Someone's watching this, man. They're gonna be like, what the fuck he's talking about? And I'm already 4 hours in about to be 4 hours in, and I'm going paranormal. That could be a dream. By the way, not this, the other one, man. This one. I haven't played it, so I can close it now. So let's go back to where we were. Number is not equal. If number is not equal to 0, then print number was something other than 0. Then it will obviously print this. If we can run it here and show you the output, number was something other than 0. Handling multiple else if. They are calling it else if, and we use else if in C2 and other language too. In Python is called elif, ELIF. Why? I don't really know. Probably because it's easier to look at. Wait, wait, wait. We will be back. Um, I actually forgot you couldn't hear the music of Monkey, but anyways, we will continue. So, alright, you write like this. Interesting, you write as if like this. Is it necessary to write else here? Can't it on next? I mean, else if is written like this in Python too. I haven't used like else if in a while, so I don't really remember. Or let what it's gonna do is if number is divisible by 4, like perfectly divisible, then number is divisible by 4. If it's by 3, then by 3. If it's divisible by 2, then it will print this line. Else it will say it is not divisible. But we know deep down what it's gonna print. Do you know why? Why do we know that? This won't give you 0, neither would this give you 0. Remainder, I mean remainder wise if you're talking about it, but this one would actually give you 0. We have to run it. Yep, I did say it would give 0. It would actually also give 0 here too, because no, it wouldn't actually work. 6 divisible by 2 is 3, and then it wouldn't be divisible by 2 anymore, so it's really not, it's by 3. Alright, my bad, my bad. So you have to like, I have to test something. Let me copy it, going to the control flow. Before doing that, I have to test something? Can I like else here? Oh, I can. The fucking Z. I'm trying to do something. The problem is whenever I say it's like nah. I don't know if it's Z doing that or it's that analyzer thing, Rust analyzer, which changes stuff. I will like have to look who is actually doing this. Where would I look at? Obviously chat GPT, because but I don't have anything else installed. So if you purposefully make code in a different manner, the Rust automatically fixes the spaces and stuff, or is it just my text editor doing that? I'm not just talking about formatting, I'm like uh, as if this is how you write it. But if I try to write as if on next line, it automatically goes back to okay, so it's Rust analyzer. Yep, I think it's analyzer doing its job, but I'm not sure if it's Rust analyzer or my text editor main. The problem is how the fuck am I? I'm using Z. Okay. Well, Control Shift P. Oh, it works. Format. Save. Anyways, it doesn't matter. I'll look into it later on, man. Not on GPT. I can't really like search right now. So I will search it later on because I don't wanna go on deep dives on Reddit and stuff when I'm doing this. And I'm trying to like learn. Well, technically that is learning too, but it is a different type of learning if we are looking at it. Alright, using if in a let statement. Okay, we can use let in if statement. The reason if condition 5 true 5 else 6, we are directly giving it true, it will replace this with true. That means the condition becomes true, then it will be 5, it will print 5. We can see that 1 2 3 fuck yeah. So you can like do this stuff. you can declare what do you call it? Declare a variable and put an if condition inside it. So that's interesting to know. You can do it directly because I don't remember if we could do it in C. Maybe in Python, but not in definitely not in C. It wasn't a thing in C. You had to first run the if else condition, and inside if else condition, or like after if you have to like say, oh, it's equal to this. By the way, so this is going to be handful. Let number is equal to if condition 5, like if let's say 1 is smaller than 2, then 5 and 6. This is going to be interesting. I've been streaming for 4 hours with obviously I did took like 2 to 3 breaks in between for like 5 to 10 minutes, but still nobody has come to fucking even watch it. I'm not mad. It's just if you are one of I forgot what blah, blah. I literally forgot what I was going to say. Why? I was about to say something and then the Faces of Goro said, if you have read One Piece, if you haven't read the One Piece, let me tell you, Gorosei are like the 5 elders. Their faces popped up in my mind, so I forgot what I was actually going to say. Alright, now let's look at this. Do you know why this is going to be an error? I can already tell. I can like already kinda guess why this will give us an error. Here, before reading it, remember the block code evaluates to the last expression in them, and numbers by themselves are expression. In this case, the value of if condition depend on which block of this mean value have to be each value have to be the potential to be result from each arm of if must be the same type. In listing 3.2, the result of both if arm and else arm were 132 integers, I32 integers. If the types are mismatched, as in following example, we'll get an error. Okay, the types must be the same or you'll get an error. The value of number is, the reason for the error is it's, let's say, an integer while this is a fucking string, which I think isn't allowed. I think this is allowed in other languages but not in Rust. I will have to like ask GPT for it. The reason I'm asking GPT is because I don't really fucking know. This isn't allowed in Rust. It's allowed in languages like Python. Maybe no, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about sorry, I copied the wrong program. I didn't ask. Yep, I was pretty much sure that you could do that in Python, but I didn't know about JavaScript if you could do. Oh, I remember the fucking question mark, man. I've never written actually code like this. I know it's like, oh, it saves so much space and reading space, better to read. But for me, for it irritates me. I mean, yes, it looks better, but to me, reading it gives me strokes. I'd rather read this than this. If if condition is true, then 5 will 6. I know it is that, but it still gives me strokes for some reason. The question mark, especially whenever I see a question mark in JavaScript code, it just gives me strokes. So I have about like 30 minutes till I can be live, and I think I have to cover this stuff in 30 minutes. So I am at loops and I have to cover loops under 30 minutes or I'm cooked, brother. I have to like go. I, I might look at loops later on. I have to like be somewhere else. Why why do I have what do you call it? Why do I have an email from Twitch, man? Let me check. Did my stream go down? Why do I have an email, brother? From Twitch. I'm hoping my stream didn't just go boom boom, but eh. Okay, so my stream is still there. If you can see this little funny fella. Alright, you officially a streamer. You are officially a streamer, not become a legend. You are a streamer. Hey Furkan Hu. By the way, I don't use the name Furkan Hu. It just I use it as the tag. I use names such as Khani or Khan, which are actually part of my name. Or might be my actual name, who knows? Or 0x Khan or 0x whatever. Alright. So this is just like an email that I was supposed to get yesterday, but I'm getting it now after 24 hours. Probably they waited 24 hours for the stream to like give it to me. Wait a second. I will have to like check if you're getting it. Brother, I was watching my own stream. I forgot I was streaming. I'm I'm just checking my mail right now. I have notifications from YouTube. New reply to blah blah blah. Now live on your channel. I mean, it's like a 4 hour old notification, but I'm checking my mail at the wrong time. So I have like less than, what is this? I have like around 20 minutes before, 20 minutes I think before I have to end this, but I would, I'm trying to confirm how much time I have. Uh, I'm trying to confirm how much time I have. I don't really know. I might even have like less than 10 seconds. So I'm thinking if I should just jump in loops or should I wait? Because loops are big fucking headache. So I'm thinking about like going through it later. Okay, you use loop. That's interesting. There's three kind of loop. In C, I learned there were three kinds of loop: for loop, while loop, and do while loop. But there's no do while loop, but there's loop. Now the difference between while loop and do while loop was while would run only if the condition is true, while do while loop would run at least once, even if the condition is false. Wow. It's often useful to execute a block of code more than once. But often, I'd say majority of the time you will be using if-else statement or loops. Believe me, everyone does. You can like open any code and you'll see if-else statements or like these while and for loop in any language, no matter the language you pick, no matter the project you open, no matter how small or how complex the project is, you will always have to face if-else statement, for loop, while loop. I don't know what this loop is, but in C you might also see do while loop. Rust provides several loops which will run through the code inside the loop body to the end and then immediately back at the beginning. To experiment with loops, I'll make a new project called loops. So I didn't really like do anything in it. For the what? Nah man, I'm gonna change it because if else if what? That was it? You are asking me to like, nah man, I'm not gonna change anything. I'm gonna do inside this one because fuck you. When you run this program, you'll see run again window and continue until we stop the program manually. Most terminal. Give it a try. So basically, loop is an infinite loop. Oh my god, an infinite loop without having to put the condition. You can like do while zero. Oh, sorry, not zero. While, and in brackets you could do one and then run something. It will be like an infinite loop. But they're just like, you don't even have to do that. Just use the word loop and bar. It's just an infinite loop. But infinite loops are something that are frowned upon as it may fuck up your PC. It could break your PC potentially. There is a say that you must say potentially with everything to be safe. But the infinite loop could potentially break your PC. Break your PC, whatever you wanna consider. Break or break, both are different words, but both things are possible. Again and again and again and again. How again? What is the difference between print and println? Wait a minute. Okay, so this is pretty similar to println, but a new line is not printed. That is pretty interesting. Again, now if we do cargo run, it would again and again and again and floating now. It went way too fast. It went way faster than I thought it would. But look how many again and again and again and again and again and again it has written. Holy moly! It it was just for a second and but it isn't even ending. When the fuck does it end? Does it ever end, or the entire terminal now is again and again and again? Clear. So loop is just infinite loop. Well, I haven't gotten any reply for now, so I think I can go for a few more minutes, like 5 to 10 minutes. Yo, yo, yo. Fortunately, Rust also provides a way to break out a loop using code. You place the break keyword within the loop to tell the program when to stop executing the loop. Recall that we did this in the guessing game, which obviously I skipped over because we'll do it tomorrow. When the user won the game by guessing the correct number, we also used continue in the guessing game, which in a loop tells the program to skip over any remaining code in this iteration of the loop, returning values from the loop. Wait a second, let me test something. Everything's fine. I was just testing something. No one's watching, so I thought, why not test something by being a bit louder? Uh, my back is starting to hurt, and I have to like sit like this for like about, I guess, more than an hour more. The reason because is after the stream, I'm supposed to be at another stream, which is not mine. But I have to like do some stuff there. Fee-yaw. One of the returning values from loops, one of the uses of loop is to retry an operation might fail, which as such as checking whether a thread has completed its job. You might also need to pass the result to that operation out of the loop to the rest of the code. To do this, you can add the loop value 1. Return after the break expression you use to stop the loop. That value will be returned out of the loop, so you can use it as shown here. So we are gonna like run a counter here that's gonna keep running. If counter reaches 10, it will break with it being multiplied by 2. So this will probably give, let's say, 20. It should give 20. Come on, 20. Yep, it is 20, man. It is 20. I said so. So you can directly run a loop in a variable too. I think you could do it in Python, but I never actually did it. Maybe, man. If I had just read the docs, I would have learned so much more. Well, I'm glad I'm reading a doc at least. I hope no one still watching. Okay, no one's watching. I don't know why the fuck it shows like, oh, there's someone there. Like it shows one there. I don't think it's me. The reason is it's integrated with Twitch, so maybe the stream it's thinking that StreamYard is actually a human, but when you actually go on there, it won't even show that number. Maybe a Twitch bot is watching, or maybe it's just StreamYard watching for the comments. I don't really know. Okay, here we are running a mutable counter, which can be a variable called counter, which is mutable, initialized with 0. In result, we created a loop. In result won't change because it by default it's not mutable. And in loop we have defined that counter increases, and when the counter reaches 10, it breaks the loop and multiplies the counter with 2 and sends the value back out to result. This way we can use the loop's value. So we have to use this. Tell it, hey, it's done. Brother loop is done. Alright. Okay, because it's a variable, we have to use semicolon. Because it's a statement, man. It's a statement. The result is 20. Alright. It's explaining the same thing. Fucking hell, it's still a lot, man. How the fuck would I read in this 10 minutes? So, oh. Where was I? Okay, I've already done this, man. Why am I going back instead of going forward? What's the purpose of your life, man? Loop labels to disambiguate between multiple loops. Disambiguate means to like distinguish, if I'm not wrong. If you have loops within loops, break and continue apply to the innermost loop at that point. You can optionally specify a loop label on loop that you can then use with break or continue to specify that those keywords apply to the label loop instead of innermost loop. Loop label must begin with a single quote. Here's an example of the nested loops. This is going to be brain fuck. I'm being honest. I'm really not in the mood of doing this like after streaming for like nearly 5 hours. 4 hours and 30 minutes. I'm really like not in the mood to do this, to go through this brain fuck. We'll read it again. My back hurts. If you have loops within loops, break and continue apply to the innermost loop at that point. I sure can't we just break outside of the innermost loop? What if we can? What if I do? What if I do? What if I like create another loop inside it and then break inside that? What are you gonna do then? It will obviously break. The break condition obviously would work. But it's messing up with my brain for some reason. Okay, so this level is we defined a mutable variable called count with the value 0, and we said counting loop annotation loop with a single quotation. Did I miss something up here, man? Did I miss something? Okay. Loop labels, here it is. Loop label must begin with a single quote. So this is the part. Single quote and then the loop label counting up loop print count is equal to count, which is currently 0, and then it will obviously go down in increment. We all know that. Let mute is equal to remaining 10, and then there's another loop inside it. It's nested loop. Whether you like it or not, we are gonna use nested loop. What are you gonna do, man? By the way, nested if statements are considered a bad thing. I mean, if they do the job, they're good at it. But I don't know why the fudge people consider it a bad thing. I don't consider it a bad thing at all. I mean, yeah, it might look a bit ugly and harder to trace, but it's but it does the job. It will trigger like so many people. That's the point, to trigger the people, to trigger all those humans. I was about to say a word that I shouldn't. I've been talking to myself for the past 5 fucking hours. I've been constantly talking to myself for the 5 fucking hours and and not even replying to some. That's just me. Why? Because I know nobody's gonna fucking watch it. Nobody's got a time to watch a 5 hour long word or recorded video even that isn't even edited but just an unedited raw live where you're just reading the docs and sometimes trying out the code in text editor and just like saying random bullshit. No one's gonna watch it, man. You know what? The truth is, I don't really want people to watch it. Because I'm just doing it because I want some sort of like, hey, yeah, I remember I did this. Here's the proof, or to motivate myself. Because if I keep speaking, I want to get better speaking. Look, I'm pretty much already like good at speaking in front of many people, but I'm not really good with choosing the words. For example, sometimes I would choose for I don't know what am I supposed to speak right now. For example, I know the vocabulary. If you're gonna say, hey, do you know this word, I'll tell you, yeah, it means this. But while speaking, everything goes boom boom, my brain goes empty monkey mode. And the reason for that is my brain just tries to make the words as easy as possible. For example, it says the outer loop has the label counting out. Now, if I have to explain to someone, I won't say it like this. I would say the most outer loop can have a name and we call it dash dash. And you can give it through like this. You have to give it like this. I won't like explain it in that formal way. My way of explanation is pretty much informal, you could say. It's a mix of formal and informal. Even in like professional speeches, I've done this. I mix formal and informal, which I don't think the old people would like, because they're like, man, where the fuck is your literature? Well, I'm bad at grammar. It's true. It's fucking true. I'm bad at grammar. Look, I'm bad at even my native language. What you gonna do? That being said, we should continue. I really have like, I don't even, I don't even have like 3 minutes to continue this. So I might have to like continue from this labels to disambiguate between multiple loops tomorrow, because I don't even have like enough time to like cover this up. I went into the yapping mode and I just kept yapping and yapping instead of actually doing something, which I don't know if is a good choice or not. Hi, we'll continue from this part. All right. How do I say it? Loops label to disambiguate between multiple. So labels. We'll remember it as labels. If I type labels, or let this, there are like only 2 words. So loop labels. I will have to continue with loop labels from tomorrow, and then go to creating the guessing game. Hopefully, I would complete this part, the remaining part of chapter 3, and the programming the a guessing game in a fucking day. Oh, there's enums. Oh. Well, anyways, um, hope you. Oh, no one's fucking watching it, so look at the timer, man. 4 hours 41. Well, I will have to like stop here. That's enough rest for today. I will be back tomorrow, and with my inner demon, I will be back and to continue where we are leaving it. Let me close it. Let me close the terminal to in the labels, loop labels. We have to continue from loop labels. Just to remind myself, you idiot, you have to continue from the loop labels. Remember that from tomorrow. Yay! I hope nobody sees it. I really hope nobody sees it. First, let me like take off the screen, or some idiot will fucking cook me. My laptop is getting a bit hot, but it's not as hot as when I play fucking Minecraft. I've said fuck so many times that YouTube might just send me a pretty letter, you might say, over it for saying the word too many times. I'm done for today. Wait a minute, let me create a banner and type day 2 fin continue from loop labels tomorrow. Hehe. This is just so like I can like open up stream. If I forget where I have to continue, I can open up a stream and then skip to the end and see this line. Alright. I'm gonna say bye bye in a minute. Why? Let me show you something. Share the screen. I don't know if you can see the timer. Look at here. Look at this timer. It's live 4:43:36. I will stop it at 4:44 and when it's 44 too. Why? Because I fucking want to. You can't stop me from that. By you, I mean me. I'm just think of it as I'm talking with my inner demon. Oh, 44 seconds more to go. The moment it reaches that, we are ending the stream. Alright? It is about to reach there. We are gonna say our buys. Fuck, there isn't a shortcut to end, so please. There's only 14 seconds left. Oh no, 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 not the 5-minute break. Dun, 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 dun.